So yeah, anyone that wants to leave a lurk on YouTube, there you go. All right. So, let's get to it. Got to figure out why Dread.js isn't working, because that would be the ideal way to validate the OpenAPI spec. And let's switch over, get to the right screen. Oh, that is the wrong screen. There we go. Yeah, cal.com is really good. I've been using it for all my like scheduling stuff. What's up, Funzy? How you doing? All right. So, that's just some architect junk. I want to try something. Yes, I have done stuff with websites. Yes, we're on 14.1 everywhere. Alright, so let's try running this. We see that get spun up. I mean, I'm on LinkedIn if you want to find me. It's easy enough. If you're looking for my resume. Alright, so it does kill the backend server process fine, so it starts it fine. You still get testing errors because we're not getting our hooks to load. What's up, Foldo? What you up to? Yeah, I don't know, Funzy, I think the most important aspect of, like, me and my history as a dev is I spent 10 years out of high school as a snowboard bum. Elfo. There you go. Alright, I can say that. Thank you. So, yeah. I snowboarded 200 days a year for like 10 years straight. And then decided to become a dev. $200 is probably an exaggeration. I think 150 is more accurate. I was riding at least 5 days a week during the winter, and then during the summer I'd ride like 5 days a week. So yeah, it was a lot of snowboarding. I tend to only ride like the really good days. Back then I rode every day. Right, like every day I could. Still gotta take a day off here and there. But now I only ride like the nice days when there's either fresh powder or when it's gonna be slushy. Alright, so we're still not calling our hooks file. I'll try a couple of these just to be sure. I don't want to spend too much time trying to get Dread to work. We wasted too much time on that yesterday, too. Oh, this doesn't kill the server properly? Oh, that's annoying. That would end up being fine in CI/CD. Yeah, we don't see any extra logs either. Alright, so we're gonna kill that again. We're gonna start it back up there. I'm gonna comment out that command since it's not even working. And we can dig through Dread.js just a little bit. Aha! So, we should have seen found hook files in that log, and we don't. That's it. That's our whole issue. finding hook files. Oh, I do want to spin that back up. Launched. So we're not even getting to there. Ooh, okay. So that was error finding hook files. We go none found there. So that's the add hooks part. We're not even getting this error though. We're trying to debug why Dread can't see our hooks files. Alright, so this gets called inside of add hooks here. They're complaining about a whole bunch. The load hook file just happens in add hooks. Okay, so we get to reading API description documents, parsing API description documents, and then compiling HTTP transactions. Right, so that's where all the hooks would run. We're not running any of our hooks. So it must be in parsing the Open API data. I think that's got to be it. Okay. So I want to figure out where this is happening. Alright, so we see reading, parsing, compiling probably happens here. Oh, that was such a good background image. I love this one. So it's not throwing there. And yeah, we want to time box the amount of time we're going to put into debugging this. But if we can get it working, that would make things way better. So yeah, seems like this worked. So we didn't throw. This is it. This is it. So it's in these parsing errors. We would need an example API key here. Okay. All right, so we actually do get into our hook file. So it's with the way it's being parsed. I don't remember them. Yeah, I don't remember them doing that with the OpenAPI stuff. All right, well, that's fun. So here in the Dread docs, or was it actually the Dread docs? Yeah, so let's uncomment this because I want to see what the error is. What's up, FD? How you doing? Playing CS2, more like losing? That happens. This is blocking me from even doing the CLI stuff. I would say as far as the feature is concerned, they actually have an issue way back here that they're not serving an OpenAPI spec right. So they've even labeled it medium priority. So yeah, I did some discovery on it. Their public URL here is empty. Yeah, it happens. Right? This has no paths in it, which means it's not a valid spec, which means nobody can point to this and do anything. So I had to figure out how to generate that file anyway. The fact that that's happening means that they're probably not validating their OpenAPI spec. So for me to have any faith that SDKs could be built and usable, we need to make sure the OpenAPI spec is valid. So that's where the Dread.js testing is coming in. So we were able to get an OpenAPI spec generated. This is the full thing. It is large. I believe as a feature, getting Dread.js testing going and generating SDKs from the OpenAPI spec, I think that counts as a feature anyway, even if I couldn't build the CLI yet. I could lay the groundwork for maybe doing the CLI as some contract work. That'd be kind of cool, right? Yeah, I mean, we can't ship it till we actually get it working. So we see the get and the post, and we have X example there for both of them. Let me go look at these other warnings. I think this might be down to Dread.js not handling OpenAPI 3. Yeah, I've used AWS. I haven't used everything in AWS. Not even people that work at AWS have used everything in AWS. Even your support staff at AWS only know the services they support. You got a question about something they don't know about, they'll put you in touch with someone who does. So yeah, it's kind of fun. So we're doing the X example thing, which leads me to believe this is an issue in our OpenAPI version. Alright, let me close a bunch of these tabs. Oh, and hold on. That's pretty recent. Might not be the fix. Okay. So it does mean that we have some parsing to do. All right. So now that we know a little bit about that, I think we're on the right path. Will we finish before the hackathon's done? No. Will we be able to finish this PR in a way that I think it's valuable? Yes. So now, the big thing is we need to get into places like these. And we need to add example to it. What's up, Sean? How you doing? So here's my thought, Sean. And I even chimed in on this issue over here. So basically, yep, this is the one about OpenAPI spec not working. I went and did some discovery, and the public URL here, I don't remember if you were here for this part, the public URL does not have any pads, which is a huge problem. However, if we go and spin it up, right, locally, and then curl the API at the 3002 instead of the whole application running, it works. When the whole application is running, we get the same thing production does. Or, I think. I don't think I was able to test that properly. We can go back and verify that later. I think it's outside scope. But what I'm thinking is... Oh, no, I get you. Here's my proposed solution. So we see pages here, API. There's this docs file right here. This is doing like the main generation of all that. It's using Next Swagger Doc. I would actually like to propose another endpoint that we call OpenAPI dot and then extension .ts. And what we would do is at build time, I guess, at some point there would be a script that goes, combs this endpoint we have, kind of like how we're doing this. This would happen at build before publish. It would generate the OpenAPI YAML and OpenAPI JSON files. And those two files would just get served kind of statically from an endpoint here. So instead of this docs file doing that, this would basically just be for like internal stuff at that point. But we'd have a static file that gets rebuilt at build time that would just be served and usable by everyone. And at that point, we could do a whole bunch of like other stuff too to manipulate it if we wanted. But I don't think we need that part. So bare minimum, it would end up being, instead of api.cal.com/docs, it would be api.cal.com/openapi.yaml, openapi.json. Boom. Done. Feel like that sounds reasonable. And then once that is freely crawlable, we're going to have to add the one thing that's breaking our dread testing, which means we need examples in our descriptions. So looking at, let's say, this file. Yeah. Right? We'd go through, do a find and replace of this chunk, and then just add a fake example afterwards. I think we'd have to do an example for these too. But yeah, our Dread.js testing and parsing isn't working. So I don't know, Sean. Does that sound reasonable? That's the status of what we're doing today. So what do you think, Sean? Does that sound reasonable? If not, whatever. I think that's what I'm going to do, because I need a testable OpenAPI YAML before we can even be confident that generating SDKs does anything. So yeah, I think I'm going to do that. What do you mean? The default's a YAML file, but that doesn't matter. YAML's just glorified JSON in many cases. That's just an implementation detail. Shouldn't matter. Yeah, what's up, Mohai? How you doing? So yeah, static assets. They just go in the public folder, right? And it's at the base URL? Yeah. So that's where we'd end up doing that. Alright, so here we end up doing that. I think I want this to be... Yeah, we don't need to run any CLI commands. So instead, I think... we could make this a TS file. We need YAML. We're going to do some file system stuff. This is then going to become a script. I don't think there's anything else we need here. Alright, so then this becomes that. Don't need this. Alright, so then in here... Oh, and we're not using it yet. I forgot we also need TS node. Alright, so then for running this file, we need to Create a main so we can do top level async await. We're going to need file system stuff and pathing stuff. It's really just going to be that. Alright, so then here we want to do a fetch. So, OpenAPI JSON response. If not okay, throw new error. Do this already. This is that. Alright, so we throw there, then from here, const open API spec is equal to await open API response. That's going to be .json. Okay. Public dir path is equal to path.resolve dir name public So yeah, we create the public directory if it doesn't exist. We need to run main right there. And then from here, we just want to write the OpenAPI spec JSON directly. Path.resolve. We do public path. OpenAPI.json. We need to oh, the order of those is wrong. That's fine. Alright, and then pretty similar. Path.write file sync, path.resolve this. And then YAML dot stringify that. All right, so we got this script made. Yeah, next Swagger doc. Alright, yeah, so that script looks alright to me. Alright, so then TS node scripts slash, what do I call it? It is generate OpenAPI files. Wrong thing. Alright, so we get the dev server running there. Maybe. There we go. Maybe. Directory created. We got a JSON file and a YAML file. Cool. All right, so now that we know those files exist, here we go. Oh, never mind. Yep. I want this. All right, so we should end up still failing on that. Yep. I want to try one more thing. And what's up, ThinkBot Labs? How you doing? And I almost think the Dread.js stuff would make more sense inside of the API. Right? It's the only place we're even using it. So yeah, we'll probably end up moving that into the API folder. Now here's my thought. Can I do example right here? Nope. Oh. Yeah, that might not have saved. Let's try one more time. Nope. Rebuilding your Kubernetes cluster and bringing in a node from another host that has graphics for Kubeflow and other R&D. Nice. Sounds fun. Do you use anything like Polaris or Pluto or any of that? I used to work for that company. They were cool. All right, so this would be Karse. Updated API spec, and that's going to be we can do that. up top. So we're gonna call this update or add API key example. So. Didn't quite fit your use case. Found it wasn't as stable as you needed it to be. Interesting. Like, how large is your cluster? I think that was the biggest problem we ended up having in a lot of cases. Like, there were some companies that ended up with, like, thousands of action items. And the UI just slammed to a crawl. We ended up fixing a lot of that, but yeah. I don't think they had anticipated some of that scale. Is there some type I could use for this, like JSON document? Nope, that don't do it. I think you can do recursive types. String, number, boolean. Yeah, no, that makes sense, ThinkBot. Oh, controller crashed fairly often? I don't remember hearing that much. Okay. Yeah, that was a little outside of my scope. I don't think I ever got any of those bug reports. Oh, that's right. Okay, so I was doing something wrong with it. Okay, so JSON value here. I don't think this is actually what I want. A better way, yeah, a better way would be if we had an actual type for that. Do I have that over in my other code? I don't think I do. Oh, and it's in Calatrava. Alright, we see some of that. That ain't it. There it is. Alright. Alright, so we had these. And hey, what's up, Zeno? Not much, just trying to get this Open API spec actually testable. I don't think I'm actually gonna finish in time, like for the hackathon, but I do think the PR we're creating is worthwhile, and that's the whole point anyway. All right. So we added those. Okay, so I'm importing that. Where do I define its type? Dot document. Okay. Yeah, Cotter. I'm trying to finish up this thing for the hackathon. We'll see. The fact that it's East Coast is the tricky part. But yeah, how you doing? Yeah, I live in Washington State. Okay, so this Open API spec we need to modify. Yeah, I hate the heat. It's the worst. Gotcha. Alright, so let me look at the spec a little bit. We get into a path, we see this, and then we get into parameters. If path.parameters, so we validate that that's there. So then we can just do parameters here. Oop. Ooh, and let me double check that. Is parameters an array? It is a parameter object. Alright, so path.parameters. I don't even think I need to do that, because we can just do this. So path.parameters dot for each. Okay. So if parameter dot name hold on, let me double check instance of stuff. Yeah, right. Okay, so TS type check. TS check type of object. I know there's a way to do this, right? In instance or type of. Oh, I know. So if name is in parameter, and parameter.name is API key. Actually, let's just do this. Right, so now that we know this is an object. So if parameter.name equals key, else another thing. Here in my hooks file. Oh, it's not actually, because we're grabbing that dynamically. So instead, it's over in our Prisma file. All right, so then else, okay, so then from here, oh, and our indentation is funky. We'll fix that in a sec. The next bit would be then if schema.type, and then we can check on that. We could do a switch. Yeah, it would save us some time. Set other example values. If schema is not, what did they say, schema object? We bail out. All right, so we got that there. Got that there. Now we can do this part. Hey, thanks for the sub, Gadam. Appreciate you. Welcome. In the future, if humans are given the choice to merge with AI to become one entity ruling over the world, will you join or choose to become a hermit? I don't know, Jordan. Those hypotheticals aren't even that fun. I haven't smoked enough weed for that question to even matter. Worrying that much about the future is pointless. You can't predict it. Why would you even worry? All right, so we don't want to do a default. Do a Boolean. And then here we just want to do something like and yeah, we'll fix all that red. It's just prettier yelling. Interesting. So we don't got to worry about float. Alright, so instead of integer, is it double? Whatever. Yeah, we're just gonna do the hacky way. Wait, are they using clone deep elsewhere? They are. But only in packages. Yeah, we'll do it. So we see Lodash in a few places. Let's just go double check which version they're bringing in. Yeah, we're just gonna do the hacky clone. Yeah, what up, Vaders? How you doing? Alright, so we modify it, we do some stuff. We need to say that this is what it is. Alright, so updated OpenAPI spec. Cool. Let's try and rerun it. Alright, so this, we need to get the server back up and running. Probably want to log some values there just so we know what's going on. Alright, so now we look at this. When we look at any of these, hey, what's up, Vaders? Should have checked your fantasy this week. Am I playing against you? If so, I'm stoked you didn't. No, I'm playing against Chaotic. Pickens is already doing okay. Still in the second half. I'll take that. A Chan, not doing shit. But Metcalf gave me 37 points, so I'm okay with it. Now, granted, he was playing against my defense, so my defense got -1. But, you know, that's fine. Yeah, it's going to be a close one between me and Chaotic. I'm in 7th place right now. Ooh. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it could be a really close one depending on what happens. And how you doing, Chaotic? Mr. Sir. So here's the biggest thing. We actually see that they're doing this here. So they have examples all over the place. I think our script to modify it is not necessary. And it might not even be working. So, I don't know. This script we just made, I'm going to comment it for now. Nah, the right way to do this is to just make the spec proper. I think it's fine. So it does mean that our PR is going to be a bit larger. I think it's all we can really do. Yeah, we have to add examples. All right, so when we look at it, there are 21 files that are not specifying their API key. And my Mac Mini is sweating, trying to modify that many files. Oh boy. All right, they should actually all be there now. Yeah, so we had to do that still. Hey, what's up, Thomas? I mean, the big thing we're doing today is the today command. Okay, there we go. That looks about right. Yeah, no worries, Thomas. Yeah, how you been? It's been a while. All right, so we'll commit that. that was necessary. There's going to be some other places that we are still failing, but we should be able to rebuild this here soon. Whenever this finishes. And yeah, congrats on the new job, man. Hell yeah. And started with the Fire Academy? You mean like to be a firefighter? Or is that the name of just some boot camp or something? Oh, cool, man. Legit. What type of fires are you trying to really deal with? You trying to be like a forest fire, kind of like firefighter, or just firefighting in general? I feel like they're like different skill sets. Okay, so yarn dev. Then we're gonna go yarn and build this. Yep, we want to do that. You have like the city firefighters and the hot shots. Is hot shots what you consider like the forest firefighters? I think on a big enough forest fire, they're going to call in city firefighters as well. I was just wondering if it's like separate training. Oh, hot shots are forest firefighters? Okay, I didn't know that term. Okay. All right, so here's one quick thing I'm going to do. We don't need those files anymore. Those are junk. I do want to copy those, and they're going to go into this folder. Okay. So I think we're good there. I think we should be able to just run yarn dread right there now. Now, hold on. How many of these do we have? 62. So which path is this? So that's a patch for custom inputs. Okay, so yeah, we didn't get all of them. All right, so 64 of these. Yeah, so we can't do that. Let's just go down to the bottom. You can just go one by one. It's annoying, but whatever. You know what? Yeah, hold on. We're still gonna do this. Seems like the indentation's just so inconsistent. Yeah, no worries, Thomas. Have a good one. Oh, and yeah, let me read your comment. Here in the Netherlands, it's all the same fire brigade, and your station has like a specialty for forest fires, basically 4x4s. But you don't go walking into the woods to make fire to stop fire, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I get you. So it's probably a rare enough thing. All right, let's just go from the top. Oh. No mountains, so easy terrain as well. There you go. Oh yeah, the indentation is just slightly screwy. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, this is another reason why I just don't like dock strings. I just really don't like them. So easy for the formatting to be just slightly off. Right? See how it's like shifting as I change to some of these? Okay, didn't duplicate that. Good. Yep, messed that one up. See, going through these one by one, I think it's really the only way to do it. And it'll go quick. Oh, and Slake Joe, I mean, this is YAML right now, but it's going to be TypeScript when we actually get to some code. But I got to go through and make sure that their schemas define some of these values. Realistically, there's going to be other ones that fail out too. Which is going to be a little more annoying, but whatever. We're already making good progress getting these in there. And what's up, Gether? Yep, sorry, not sure, Gether. Okay, there's going to be a bunch more that fail, but I think we got there. Let's regenerate. still going to get yelled at by a bunch of these, but it's mostly going to be for the ID stuff. Yep. So those are all for IDs. Ah, shit. Oh no, so team ID is the one we need there. Yeah, we just gotta go through it. No, like, you can self-host Cal all you want. SDKs would be, what if you wanted to write your own tools that interacted with the cal.com API, right? If you wanted to write your own CLI tool that interfaces with their API, how would you do so? Right? And right now, their open API spec isn't even complete. It's not even validated. Right? Because they're not defining default values where they're necessary. So yeah, I don't think we'll get to the point of generating the SDKs and validating those. We did do it. We created a PR for it. But I think smoothing out their open API spec is necessary. Adding testing for that spec is necessary. Whether I complete within the time frame of the hackathon, I've got like an hour left, so I'm probably not going to get there. Yeah. It's something they need. They have an issue for it marked as medium priority. But what we need to do now, as an example, let's get up to the top and try and grab the first, because hopefully it's all right. We got some parser warnings here that are a little annoying, but that's a separate thing. Hey, what's up, Thea? How you doing? What were you up to today? Ah, Advent of Cyber. Nice. Yeah, MSEC was doing some of that yesterday. Or 2 days ago. I don't know. One of those days. Hold on, I missed some follows too. So YZ Kid and Matsy and Push Pendra and why do you want Just Asking? Thank you for the follows. Yeah, it's great to see it. It was yesterday? Okay. Time's an illusion, man. All right, so attendees. And it's going to be attendees ID. Probably here in delete. Yep. So yeah, what was Advent of Cyber today? Yeah. Hydra brute force. Those are words. Not sure what they mean together. Okay, so yeah, I understand brute forcing. What does Hydra mean, though? Just that you're doing it from more than one machine? Oh, it's a specific tool. Okay. All right, let's close all open editors because we opened a bunch. Okay, that makes sense. And yeah, what's up, Sean? So yeah, part of my PR is adding examples to a lot of the specs. Right, like example here for the API key, and example 101 for any ID that's not there. And we got a lot of just, yep, they're not present, so it's an error. And that was why our hooks.js file wasn't running yesterday, because the OpenAPI isn't even parsable when done in a somewhat strict way. But yeah, I don't think we're going to end up having the PR done before the deadline. Still think it's valuable, though. So yeah, we'll probably finish it. That looks like less, which is good. Team ID is the next one we're going to have to do this big ol' find and replace for. Let's go up to the top again. All right, so user ID and team ID are necessary in memberships. That looks like the first file that we caught that in. And this is my biggest problem with using doc strings for this stuff. The indentation doesn't have to be consistent. It just needs to be consistent within the block. So doing a find and replace for these things doesn't catch nearly enough. Okay. So we need to generate again. And yeah, we're just plugging in these holes of values that just aren't given an example. I think this is going to be really useful for the project, though, because if I get Dread.js going, it'll actually validate whether a user has added examples in their Swagger doc inside of an API endpoint as well. So this will actually catch someone missing that step. Ooh, and my team's doing all right. My team's doing all right. Yeah, I'm playing against Chaotic in fantasy football this week. Yeah, they are not doing half bad. Rohit, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay, we're getting there, external ID, integration. Yeah, so it's external ID and integration now. Yeah, no worries. Just asking. I stream a lot. Yeah, this is actually kind of early for me. I normally don't even get started till now, but yeah, that's like the tricky time zone. I might, you know, if I can get a job that would allow me to build in public, yeah, you'd see me streaming real early in the morning. Or my morning, at least. Like, I'd start getting started at like 9-ish. Haven't been able to do that for ages. Yep, later. Alright, so. Yeah, let's get integration and external ID going. What path is that? Selected calendars. So we're definitely getting down there. Yeah, selected calendars here. Let's look at this. See API key there. We see example there. We don't have an example for this one. Oop. Yeah, let's just keep going. So we only got it in one place? I think this is one of those spacing issues. Maybe not. What would we think a good integration is? Let's just say Google Calendar. And what's up, Alex? How you doing? Alright, so we were able to do it there. No other thing in the keys for that. Let's just assume that maybe for some of these, we might be fine. Doing well. All right, so we got examples for teams there. Got an example for team ID there. Yep. All right, so that's not required. Let's look at webhooks here. Yep. It's looking pretty good. So now we got to figure out if any of these others are an issue. I think it just seemed like more because it's also testing errors. Hey, found hook files and they fail. All right, so these warnings. The timestamp thing. Oh. Oh, cool. So it was actually running all of our tests. I want to quit that, get to the top. Where's the first warning? Unsupported key, external docs, tags. So yeah, the unsupported keys are annoying. Line 319 in here. So that's expected to be a string. Okay. Yeah, so those might want to be turned into strings explicitly. But the rest seems okay. So now we got to mess with our hooks file. Will it blend? API key is not valid. No, it's not blending. One thing we can do is in our dread YAML, we can try and just do the one file now. Okay. Oh, but it even talks about how it's skipping everything. Okay. Because, yes, the path that we were taking in our script file is no longer accurate. So this is then ... .. and its API keys.json. All right, let's try this again. So we skip. There's one other thing I want to do. Log level debug is a bit much right now. API key is not valid. So we do see that it's replacing the value for us. Okay. turn that back on. Ah, and yeah, we want it to be one of these values. Okay, so let's just say get attendees that. Right, we see that the API key is there. I want to see it run at least one of these. What up, Bexy? How you doing? I'm doing well. Wish I had another Red Bull. It's probably a little early for a whiskey. I could do some water. Yeah, I could do some water. All right. Let's try this. I just feel like the name that we're trying to get here just isn't working right. Ah, yep, that's totally it. Okay, so the name is that info bit at the beginning. So we should at least see this fail now. Interesting. All right, well, let's look in our hooks file. Oh. I think I see the issue already. What if it's adding API key twice? That would definitely fail parsing. Yep. So I want to see at least a few of these pass now. Wait, what? Did I not save that? Oh. We wanted to only run get. Yeah, that should have been fine still. We see URI actually replacing the value we expected. Oh, alright. So that's going now. Well-typed witch. How you doing? What are you up to? Yeah, I don't think I follow you. Boom. There we go. Advent of code in assembly? Oh, brutal. Okay. Just using raw assembly, or are you allowing, like, do you even need to use, like, SIMD or any of that stuff that might be available? Probably not. No libc, so just pure raw assembly. Yikes. How's it going then? Pretty good? and hey, yeah, we get 67 of our tests passing now. Day 2 was pretty good. Did day 3 part 1 just now? Nice. Curious why they're saying API key not valid when we do know that it is valid for some things. And I think the big thing now is I'm probably using the wrong ID. Or technically the wrong API key. So that would be in my Charisma. Right, we end up doing this. So yeah, we get the API key value here. All right, so we're gonna rerun our migration. Oh, that's in Walter. Wrong folder. First off, git add apps API. Git commit amend. And yeah, no way we're finishing in time for the deadline. Damn East Coast time zones, man. Oh. Damn it. I messed that up. No worries, well-typed witch. Yeah. Yeah, we're just doing some hacks here. I could just get commit amend. Yeah, I should have done a get status first. Get reset softhead 1. All right, so then @/API that. So now it's just, I should have done @/API/pages and I would have been fine. I also want to do the package JSON. Cool. BattleBit remastered? Yeah, that's like a Minecraft shooter or something, right? Like Minecraft Apex Legends or something? Okay. Oh, it's more like Battlefield instead of like whatever PUBG is. All right, cool, cool, cool. So we got those updated. Oh, that sounds awful to me. Yeah, no, I'd turn that off as quick as I can. Okay, good. We did these yarn steps quite a bit. I think I just ended up running yarn DX. Yeah, how's everyone doing? So I'm looking real quick over here. Okay, there's a frequently asked questions document I can check. Let's see his schedule. So I got a half hour left. What's up, Scrutely? Yeah, a little bit, Skiz. Yeah, we had big plans about what we wanted to do. None of that was possible because the Open API spec was not as readily available as it needed to be. So now we've pivoted, and our big plan is just get dread tests passing. Oh, it's not even that. It's like a full API, right? That they're using. They're in production already. It's just not documented very well. And I think that is a massive miss on their part because this is the only way like anyone's going to be able to create an integration for it or anything. So if I wanted, like if anyone wanted to build their own custom integration with cal.com from some other tool, like Slack or whatever, they'd have to like write it themselves because there's no SDK for it. So they'd have to look at the Open API doc, which we found isn't publicly available in the way we want. And then they'd have to just do it themselves, which would be brutal. So yeah, I think the big gist is getting plugin and extension and integration developers better access should be a major push for cal.com. If they consider the API is not stable enough yet, we can call the API v0. Let people know that it could change. You know, things like that. I don't work for the company, but man, I'd love to possibly work there. And yeah, make external facing API documentation and tooling a reality. We'll see. We'll see. If I make enough progress here, we'll see. I've also got some interviews this week, so if I end up, like, I don't know. If I end up getting a different job, I bet I could still do some contract work for That does mean that I'm going to have to do a bunch of leak code BS this week. I think most of the companies I'm interviewing at don't do leak code, but one of them is very transparent about their interview process, so I just got to study up on that one. Skiz, I'm sorry, I'm not sure who you're representing right now. That's my bad. Maybe you haven't said. Or, yeah, I'm not sure. Depends. There was another company I was looking at where I saw they checked out my LinkedIn profile. So I want to look at them too. Because they would be very much into, like, build-in public type stuff. That would be, like, the biggest thing. If I could do any part of my job here on stream, like in the mornings, that'd be awesome. That would be a dream come true. But yeah, send me a message on Discord or LinkedIn or whatever. Loot Labs. Okay. Oh, you did reach out via Discord. Oh, hold on, wait. That was you. Oh, that's right, that's right. I'm sorry. That's right. Yeah. You did that. Gotcha. Yeah, for some reason, I spaced. Yes, I definitely want to chat. And that's right, you won't be in town during Seattle Jazz. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, we could chat for sure. Yeah. Yep, brain fart. Yeah, I'll find a day. Just anytime before the date that you said, right? Like, so hopefully, yeah, I don't know. I gotta look at this schedule and everything. I don't even know what day of the week that is. But yeah. If not this coming week, early next week, maybe? Hold on. Let me look at a calendar. Alright, we're in December. It's the 3rd. Okay, so sometime this week would be ideal. Yeah, maybe Friday? If that works. No, this isn't awkward. I just like chatting. But yeah, we'll like get into like actual details. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for reminding me at least. Alright, so hold up. There was some seed value that I need to find. Here we go. Interesting. All right. So instead of API keys, and what's up? How you doing, Sargus? What you up to? Okay, so that does return team. What's up, Sir Electro? How you doing? All right, so team ID is then team.id. Are you taking off, Sargus? Yeah, well, thank you for chilling. All right, so I want to write those values. And then we know that team ID, API key, and user ID are going to be on that API keys thing. So instead, this is going to be dread data. I'm going to run it again just because and while this is running, I should go use the restroom. So give me just a second. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about the delay. This thing's taking its sweet time anyway, so that's not a big deal. And yeah, what's everyone doing? Anything fun? Doing some prototyping? Nice. Anything you can chat about? Like anything fun? Like even the just the gist of like the tech you're using or anything? No worries if not. Oh, that sounds cool, Skiz. I mean, what's up, Ninjatron? How you doing? And how you doing, Goatmeal? Yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? Someone just announced a prototype they're making. They're fiddling with Unity's web GPU stuff, which sounds really interesting. It's all right, Euless. We're definitely not going to be ready or done within the time frame. Like, I got 9 minutes to make a PR. Did I forget to save this? Oh, I know what I did. Alright, so user ID, API key, team ID looks like it didn't get created. And hey, what's up, Ryan? Hey, man. Yeah, I just wanted to chat a little bit about your PR. like, so much of it looks good. Thanks for, like, removing the if statement. It makes, like, so much easier to, like, see the diff on the internals of it. Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment to, like, explain what's going on, and we could take a break. It's not like I'm going to finish in the next 8 minutes. So, yeah. I think I know exactly how you were misled. It was my fault due to a copy-paste. But I at least wanted to, like, explain what's going on because you did hint that that wasn't obvious. So, yep, I wanted to make sure, like, we chatted a bit. I just felt like it would be easier to discuss it here. All right. Yeah, like, so much of this is awesome. Yeah, like, yep, I was passing in the wrong thing there for the doc test or whatever. Right, the end of day stuff is nice. The beginning of day stuff was nice too. And yeah, multiplying by 1,000, I was messing that up. So yeah, those were awesome. I think the big issue, not issue, but thing I wanted to, like, mention is that this function isn't really, like, fetch schedule from manifest. This is literally fetching the manifest file. And I can show you what that manifest file is if it's not obvious. Right, my docs are probably not explaining it very well. And the reason, like, you did that is because I actually had this copied and pasted wrong. I called it manifest response, but this is actually the flag group for scheduled flags. So it's like a separate thing. It's just doing the same logic, so I just copied and pasted. So that's my fault. But if I were to go open up Vexilla for you real quick. One sec. And my Mac Mini is sweating right now. All right, so here's the basic idea. Just to explain, like, why there's the difference between the manifest and the flag groups. In the manifest file, this simply allows our client to fetch this, loop through these, and then know how to look up a group's ID if you pass the name, right? So that a user doesn't have to type this specifically. So the idea would be they type gradual, my client under the hood goes and creates a lookup table of this word gradual to this ID, and then we can do stuff with the IDs that will never change, but the names could eventually change. So the manifest file is just kind of like a table of contents of what other files exist. And then we have these other flag group files because, right, we don't necessarily want to cram every environment variable into one file because that file is going to keep growing and getting big and ugly and gnarly. And you may want to fetch certain flags on a more frequent basis. So why spend all that, like, bandwidth fetching flags that you didn't need as frequently? Right? So that's the main idea. If I wanted to fetch the scheduled stuff or the gradual stuff every 5 minutes, but then fetch something else like the value stuff every minute, I could just establish different timers of doing that sync flags function, and then that would be setting up my, like, lookup tables and, like, you know, my caching and stuff like that. So does that help? And we got an ad. I can wait for a sec. I'm gonna wait for the ad. Okay, ad should be over. So yeah, right, such a minimal thing, but I felt like explaining the logic of it was more important than the naming necessarily. I could merge this in right now. What would be a good name? Well, I think that's the tricky part. Maybe it's just generic fetcher or a generic fetch, because you're just doing this as a separate function to be able to not, like, duplicate this logic. Instead, maybe even just leaving this logic would make sense, and then just renaming this from manifest response to scheduled group response or something, right? The main gist and reason why this callback function is something that gets passed is because we don't want to impose an HTTP fetch library on our user. So HTTP poison is what we're using in this, but someone else might use a completely different HTTP fetching library in Elixir. I've had people complain about that for Rust code and some other things on the initial like 0.x branch. So instead, I wanted to make that fully pluggable so that I'm not imposing an HTTP request library. Yeah, exactly. So the main gist might be reverting these and just renaming this response so it's a little more obvious. Because I don't mind that little bit of duplication. I think for an actual user, they would probably do this kind of duplication so they could have individual like logability within these things. So as far as like a consumer goes, this is probably closer to their pattern anyway. Does that sound all right? So I don't know if we need this private function. Cool. Yeah, I think that was the only thing I noticed. Everything else looks great. Right, we are duplicating it a bit here too. So I could see it like we're doing it in like 4 or 5 places. If you really did want to do it as a private method, I'd be okay with that too. Right? For the sake of testing, if it makes testing easier. So, yeah. You know what? I'm totally okay with the private method. Just rename it to generic fetcher. Or generic fetch. And then we're good. And I could add that as a comment, just so it's you know, you don't got to do it now. Yeah, I think that'd be great. Cool. So, yep. I probably could have even made that comment ahead of time too. I think the bigger part was I just wanted to like, you know, make sure that what we're doing even makes sense. Right? If you do plan on contributing more, understanding how it works is probably useful. Now, if you can think of a way to document that better so it's more easily discoverable, like maybe the README would need some work. The contributing section of our docs site could also benefit. Yeah, I'd be way open to whatever documentation fixes you think might work. Yeah, Vimy, I stream pretty much every day. Like 6 days a week. Depending on the next job I get, that might change. Hopefully not. So yeah. Yeah, good PR, man. Damn, did you already fix it? Are you that fast? Awesome, man. Yeah, let's do it. Alright, just double checking. Yeah, this all looks good. It's good enough for me. Yeah. Yeah, awesome stuff. I mean, that's normally what I'm building, Vimy. Oftentimes, it's less about what you're doing and more about you. So make sure you have a camera, decent microphone, put on some good synthwave in the background. As some people in the chat might say, try to be less of a jerk than I am. Yeah, you can totally do it. There's plenty of people that do it. I am normally building some type of web-based tool. In fact, right now, right, the thing we were talking about, that's feature flagging. It's an entire like feature flag library. And the thing we're going to be doing right now is having a whiskey, because I definitely missed the deadline. I'm okay with it. Oh, no. It's fine. I think the value of what we're doing is huge. So I am more than happy in what we've done so far for it. Now, if we were to go try and run our tests, we've got 67 passing right now. We're going to expect to have more than that, but one thing that is massively missing, and now, yes, I'm forgetting this. This needs to be dread data. The big issue we're having, though, is that we didn't get a team ID in here. And what am I drinking on? This is Woodford Reserve. Yeah, Vimy. A lot of people do it. If you just keep hanging out in the category, you're going to realize how many there actually are. You can totally do it. It's a really good, tight-knit community. Yeah, and then, you know, so I do the Woodford, I pour water into it, a lot of water, and then I add lemonade mix, which I'm getting kind of low on right now, which is not ideal. Oh yeah, no worries. Vimy and Agelk, thank you for the follows. And shit, Son of Viking. I'm sorry, Son of Viking. How you doing? My bad, I totally forgot that. Shout out, Son of Viking. Maybe. Come on, bot. There we go. Yeah, sorry, Son of Viking. You still out there? Oh, wait. Do I know that name, that icon? Yeah, I already follow you. You changed your name, didn't you? Is this who I'm thinking it is? I don't want to necessarily dead name. Nope, different person. Oh, cool. That's right. But you have rated before. So yeah, thanks, Son of Viking. Yeah, how was the advent of code? If you're still out there, Son of Viking. Sorry, totally forgot. That's my bad. Am I doing advent of code? I don't do advent of code any year. It's just not for me. I have way more fun building things. If I didn't have ideas, absolutely, I'd totally go for advent of code. But I got too many things I want to build that don't exist yet. Ooh, so Vimy, I could give you all sorts of ideas, but if you don't come up with it, your motivation to finish it is probably going to be very minimal. Instead, the number one thing you need to do is go create yourself a Trello board or a Notion thing or even a document in Notepad. Who cares? The main gist is you need to write down every idea you have, sort them, and filter them in some way, right? Look at how many I got, man. I got scrolling for days. Now keep in mind, if you were to screenshot this and try and take my ideas, like, go for it, you're not going to have the motivation to finish them. Instead, you need to come up with your own. Put them in a list, sort them based upon which one you want to do the most, as well as which one you think you can accomplish. Ones you think you can do, go right to the top. And then, you know, you put them into different buckets. Ones that you think could make money, ones that you think would be fun, ones that you think you can knock out in a weekend. All that stuff, right? All of this, like sorting, filtering, etc. That's something you need to do. You have ideas all the time, but you throw them away because you're not recording them. Now there is the phrase, or not phrase, but the quote from Stephen King, that if you can't remember the idea, it's not good enough anyway. That dude never had more than a couple novels in his head at any given moment, right? As far as ideas of things he wanted to write. Right? Writing a novel is different from building software. Different from making projects. So that was Trello, Vimy, but there any Kanban board on any project tracking software will work. You could even do it in GitHub projects or whatever. There's all sorts of places to just create one of those boards to sort and filter things. So Notion, like so many things can do that for you. I have no affiliation with Trello. I don't care if you use Trello or not. I've just been using it for so long that I might as well keep using it. But yeah, number one, make sure you write them down. Because you never know, right? You gotta let an idea grow. If you throw it away before it's had time to grow, you don't really know what it could have been. Insanities. Most, if not all of your ideas are non-tech related? I mean, I'd still write down all those ideas, Insanities. Because at some point you might realize that you could use software to do it, and that's one of the most profitable things in the world. Taking a real-world physical problem and automating it. Or streamlining it. Making it a better process. That's one of the number one things you can actually do. Yeah, there you go. I haven't tried the Trello on the phone. That's a great idea, though. But yeah, getting some app that you can run on your phone just to record your ideas. Very useful. I've only got one idea that isn't in my Trello board. Because it is so, like, fundamental to, like, who I am as a person. And how much of, like, a collector I am. Of things. Tabs, etc. That, yeah. The app that I want to make to solve that problem, I'll never be able to forget it. But you're not going to have ideas like that every day. You're not going to have ideas like that more than once or twice in a lifetime. And yeah, Ryan, exactly. Man, I wish there was a better thing for this. That's Salesforce beating out PeopleSoft, right? That's whatever Zapier competitor exists now, you know? Yeah, that's one of the simplest ways of starting something. You know, Microsoft started the webmail, like, movement with Hotmail, and then Gmail just did it better. They were also free. I think free wasn't necessarily the whole part of it, but yeah. And real quick, so Kenny and Tater, thank you for the follows. Welcome. Let's check it out real quick. Looks good. Looks pretty standard. One thing you might consider is using a password strength tool instead. Shit. I know I've got one. Am I doing it in Walter? I think I'm doing it in Walter. So yeah, let me go find Walter. You're not a fan of the password strength ones? They can be really good, man. Hold on, let me find which one I'm even using. Oh, really? Am I not using it on this project? Yeah, is that Shad CN instead? Or Radix, maybe? Wait, really, Sean? Oh, my bad. Wait, why is that? Is there some bad blood or something? Oh, okay, okay. I wanted some drama. Ah, this is the one. I forgot each one of these endpoints has its own package.json. So yeah, this is the one I use. It's maybe not as like massively downloaded per week, etc., but tests always included is the creator. And this one's nice. Like, you know, you can specify character sets, etc., if you want to do that. But I think even better, you can get, right, minimum length, sure. Right, you can actually set, like, the amount of entropy. Right? So, like, the strength code. And that's the part that I really like. Oh, really, Sean? Oh, really? But yeah, this is one of my favorite things, right? You just use password strength, you pass a password into it, and you just get the code. And if it's weak, then it's like the 0 value. If it, you know, like they go through like the 4 steps. So that is quite nice. You know, you can show red for password not strong enough. Your tooltip could say consider adding special characters and increasing the length. I think it's a more useful thing for users. Right? What if they want to do the battery horse staple kind of thing? Well, technically, that wouldn't be ideal. I think you could check the common password database for that part. But yeah, I don't know. I like the password strength user experience when you're doing registration. So yeah, a little strange to me that I'm not using that in the app. I know I'm using it in some other apps, but I forget which ones. Yeah, so he does have the OAuth option, which is great. Yeah, I think your form looks good. Yeah, so this is like a good step. It's even less maintained, though. Right? Hasn't been touched in like 8 years now. Something like that. Maybe I'm thinking a different one. 7, 6? Okay, so it's been touched in 6 years. The fact that they have Bauer in there is gnarly. Ah, so 1Password does the common password check too. Yeah, so I mean that's why I like this one, because it kind of wraps all of it up in a neat little package. Right? You get the entropy bits. You can do the strength code for your your UI. I don't know. I really like this one. Now, it may need updating, but it's been updated more recently than the Dropbox one. No, I haven't for a while, Sean. I do need to. I need to go set that up. I haven't looked at it for a long time. I don't really have that many open invitations, so it's rare for me to need to check. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Yeah, I think the arbitrary requirements thing, you can still enforce it here, too. But, I don't know. Ooh, and I like this. You can actually fetch the common passwords and trigraph stuff, on the fly, so it's not part of your bundle. That one's nice, too. Yeah, I really like this library. Okay, so, yeah, this part. No good, man. We know that these were getting logged just fine. All right, so then yarn, what is our seed command again? db-seed. I don't think I've run it directly like this, so we'll see. Oh, it is undefined. Seeded team already exists. Skipping. Oh. Alright, so we'll do that again. We should be able to see that. So basically, to create our dread tests to make sure that the OpenAPI spec is accurate, we're going to need some values, right? Such as an existing API key, such as team ID, user ID, and some other IDs. They all kind of need to be put into this, like, dread data file. That way we can use them to bootstrap into the examples and change, like, hard-coded values from our OpenAPI spec. So it's a bit of rigmarole to allow dread to be easier to test. Yeah, so if you're unaware of what Dread is, Dread.js is a validator of your OpenAPI spec. It's not just validating the spec itself, it's validating your spec against the actual API. Yesterday, when we were having issues and our hooks file just wasn't running, I'm not sure if you were here during that part or not, It was because technically a bunch of your, I'm going to say a bunch of cal.com's Swagger definitions were not defining an example value for a required query param, right? So API key is required for most of the endpoints, but in most of the endpoints it didn't have an example, so it was breaking the parsing of the OpenAPI doc. And that would actually help you catch if someone forgot to add an example value to any required value in your OpenAPI spec. So it already helped us uncover deficiencies within the specifications. Which is kind of cool, isn't it? I think we ended up modifying something like 60 endpoints that were missing it. Oh. So that didn't work. Alright, so we didn't make it that far this time. I mean, I don't want to change that much. All this is doing is a create. Right? Maybe changing this to upsert would work. But they want this to error and skip. So I didn't want to change too much of this logic. All I've changed here is trying to fetch it so that I can return it. What's up, Bata? How you doing? All right, hold on. Can we clear our history? I don't see a good way of doing that. I probably want to do DB reset. So yeah, basically, Sean, what I'm getting at is this logic existed. It was just doing an empty return, which meant that if you did this, you know, create team and add users thing, you wouldn't actually get a team returned out of it. Oh, and I see what's going on here. I know why they were returning undefined. So I want to actually move where this is going. Yeah, I would expect this is somewhat like an older thing, right? Like a lot of your seed files you end up creating when you're doing your initial prototyping. So I get it. I didn't want to change too much, you know? I am very much of the mind of trying to keep a PR scoped enough that it makes sense what it's doing, but you can always improve upon it with another PR. All right, I still feel like they... Oh, hold on. There we go. Oh, yikes. Yeah, I don't ever want prod env vars on my machine. Something has fundamentally gone wrong if you're doing that. Snaplet to obfuscate some data. I don't think I've seen Snaplet before. Oh. Well, that seems cool. Yeah, that sounds gnarly. Hopefully there were some backups recently enough. Ah, nice. Yeah, that might even be a good thing. Before any script like that, you make it do a backup somewhere. I feel like that would be a good safe, like a safety measure. All right, so we do get that out of it now, and we should be good there. So our seed script at the bottom here should work, which means Dread Data should have a team ID now, and it does. Nice. All right, so hold on. Let's do some of this. Write seeded values to file for dread.js testing. Nowhere right now. And yeah, how you doing, QH? What you up to? Yeah, company I was at recently had to do I saw someone phrase it as RIF, reduction in force. Not just me. Like, a bunch of people. And they got to do what they got to do, right? They got to look at their runway and profitability and all that, right? They made business decisions that, yeah, had to happen. Best job I've ever had. Yeah, runway is really scary in the startup world. Yeah, it's why typically you want to run for the hills if a business says, we're like a family here. You mean you're going to exploit me for free labor? Anyone who's ever worked for a or anyone who's ever been in a restaurant family knows exactly what I'm talking about. How many tables you bust for free? So many. I've known a couple people whose families owned restaurants, and every single child in that family did a bunch of free labor. So, now that we got the Dread.js thing here, in our Dread hooks, before all, we just want to do a few steps on this path. So in the URL, we want to replace user ID. And hold on. We've got API key, team ID, and user ID. What's up, Happy? Oh. Some open API testing. Oh, nice, Monkey. That's right. Yeah, I think you and a couple other people were saying that they were going to reinvent. Yeah, that sounds awesome, man. I've heard it's just crazy. It's like a multi-$1,000 ticket, though, isn't it? So, like, damn. Definitely something you got to get your company to pay for. Oh, yeah, there is, for sure. Yeah, not on my dime. Yeah. I mean, that's the best way to travel to Vegas. Not on your dime. Then you only lose the money that you gamble. Oop, and yes, that file is no longer that. We need to rename this. This is Dread Data. And let's try it. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Extremely superficial. Oh, thanks, Slakeja. If you do !song, you can get a link. I think, unless my bot crashed. Hold on. The bot did crash. There you go. A lot of failing tests here. Oh. That's right. I think I just want to log this. All right, so we need to check. Is there an easier one to check, actually? Yeah, all right, so if oh, really, Monkey? Like generative AI could manage your infrastructure for you or something? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see. So your infrastructure team would actually end up being replaced by a DevOps team. So I feel like a lot of those people could just be trained up. Right? It would be cheaper to train them up. For sure. Or at least a portion of them. Instead of paying unemployment and severance and shit. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's gnarly. Right? Like, they're close enough to retirement age anyway. And there's enough companies that are going back into having their own data centers, so there's jobs for them. What's up, Rave? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, how you doing, Ray? Yeah, vector databases are going to be massive. Yeah, there's a couple vector database companies I'm even looking at. Because, you know, they're scaling up. But okay, so let's do this. Yeah, no worries, Crazy. Yeah, thanks for chatting. Yeah, if there's any other, like, fun reInvent stories you want to tell next time you're in. I've never been. Sounds cool. Hold on. Let's do this. Probably don't want to log this entire thing. We should at least get some more success here. We do see passing. Oh, we totally see some passing. We actually have less passing now, though. I think I messed something up here. And yeah, I didn't even plan on going much later today, but yeah, I think we can get this to a good place, so I kind of want to do that. Oh, we're going to have less and less pass because we need to reset the database. All right, so migration's applied. Now the seed script should run. Forget how long this takes. All right. So then we run this. We should see more than 67. $55. Well, that's not good. Error querying the database. Oh, I see. Yeah, so some of these are 400s because we're not doing the prop. Yeah, okay. Let's go look at some of the top ones. Ones where it looks like something would be updated. Yeah. So I see some of this. Okay, so yeah, this is actually going to be an issue with... Oh. Hold on. Do I see any of these? I think what we're actually seeing is the number 1 there get replaced as we expect. Yeah, so this /101 does get replaced, but that's probably not even close to the right value. Interestingly, we get an API key invalid because this is probably not a calendar we can use. So this is where I would actually have this defined differently. It's not that the API key is invalid, it's that the API key doesn't have access to the resource we're trying to do. That should be a 403, not a 401. And then a lot of the other stuff that we're seeing, yeah, we need to like have unique IDs here. This would actually be much simpler if they didn't have numeric IDs. Because then our example values could just be like strings that would be easy to replace. And yeah, at some point they may want to opt for non-numeric IDs anyway, just because, you know, it would prevent user enumeration. As an example, we can know exactly how many users cal.com has simply by by creating a new account and knowing what our ID is. We can know how many bookings have been created. We can know how many of anything that they have as an entity simply by creating a new one and seeing what value we get. We could actually measure their entire like growth. Now, I don't know if they want to prevent that. They are a very like build-in public open company, but that type of like enumeration is normally something to prevent. And it's why so many database systems these days use UUIDs or some type of stringly looking value for IDs instead. That would involve changing a lot of schema. Instead, Yeah, instead we would just want to... Yeah, we'd want to just create unique values for it. And hey, Lana, how's it going? Yeah, what were you up to today? This is game dev? Yeah, like, what were you working on for Strain? I'm doing well. Definitely didn't get the code changes I wanted ready by the deadline for this hackathon, which is fine. I still think what we've done is useful. We helped them uncover some major, like, open API issues. Updates on the progression and then some environment art. Nice. When you say environment art, do you mean like the 3D scene stuff around it, or more like graffiti on walls or whatever? Like you know, like background textures and things, making the world look cool. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, making it seem less empty and just real. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds great. Awesome. Yeah, I love it when like that amount of effort is put into it. Yeah, well done. So what was the hackathon? It was called OSSHack. I can't keep my brain from saying OSSHack and then singing Love Shack in my head. But yeah, like, a couple companies basically helped put on a hackathon of sorts in which there were prizes and everything. Some pretty big prizes, too. I was hoping to do the, whichever one. BestCal.com fork. But yeah, I just didn't get enough progress there. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Yar. What's up, Hat Knight? So yeah, what's like the roadmap for Strain? You probably get this a lot. You've got like a Kickstarter or whatever, though. Do you have like a tentative, like, when you think you'll be done kind of thing? And if the answer is no, that is totally fine. I get it. When am I going to be done with Vexilla? I have no idea. So yeah, I get it. So yeah, I didn't win any of these prizes because I didn't finish. But it was good, like, digging into their code base. A playable progression back? Okay, hopefully this month, then iterating on it till it's good. Testing, changing things based on feedback, then putting it back together a few times. It's essential, right? Yeah, less and less major changes, right? But yeah, you got to make sure the game's actually fun. I remember hearing a story about how Starfield, they spent a good couple years trying to actually make it fun. Right? Because user testing was making it seem like it wasn't going to be that fun. I think one big change was like running out of like fuel out in the middle of nowhere. You could actually be left in a really bad state. Like things like that. So yeah, I think fast travel for some of those things, like within areas, was another thing Starfield really had to do to make sure that it was actually fun. So yeah, that's awesome. Ah, man, I got an eyelash in my eye. I hate that. Yeah, it totally was Mr. Yar. Yeah, Todd Howard actually has like a... Oh, that was the eyelash too. Gotcha. Yeah, he's like quoted as like saying like, yeah, you know, we spent a long time putting in the effort to make the game actually fun. And I think it matters. Oh yeah, Lana's awesome. Yeah, if you haven't seen Lana's stream, Graham, it's really good. Just awesome indie dev. Really cool, like, kickstarting her game, Strain. And you get to see, like, the whole process. It's kind of like the thing I really like doing here on stream as well, where when I build a project, you see every bit of it. I don't work on my project off stream. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, huge fan. Yeah, Graham, the way she described it was adding environment art, so like stuff that makes it feel real instead of just like a 3D scene, you know? Things that you would see clutter in the real world. You would see rubble, you would see things like that. So yeah, really cool. And, you know, yeah, at some point, toilet paper could be currency. Oh, wait, toilet paper is actually currency in the game? I didn't know that. Oh, that's great, actually. Just like it kind of almost was in, like, at the beginning of the pandemic. All right, I really like that. Ooh, it makes bathrooms have a purpose as well. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, genius. Yeah, I haven't seen like how like wide open or like what the world is like, but basically you could be wandering around, and when you find a new place, the first place you're gonna go look is the bathroom, right? So that you can like get some cash. Instead of in a lot of games, the bathroom's just a place where like you might find a med kit or something. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Thank you for the follow, 6412 and Metallica. Yeah, exactly, Yar. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, man. Not even the cheap hotel stuff, like a good proper two-ply. Woo. King of the castle. Yeah, there was a lot of really cool stuff. I would have really liked to have gotten something done to, you know, promote it and propose it and blah, blah, blah. I wasn't going to pull an all-nighter last night, though. Nah. But yeah, we've made some progress. We are getting towards validating their API. I don't think we can actually do these bits. Not yet, at least. And the part we're landing on is a lot of our examples in our OpenAPI spec are using like the same numbers, when instead we need to come up with like entity-specific numbers so they're easier to replace without mangling the others. So that's probably what we're going to do next there. Oh, I mean, Graham, Advent of Code is tough. I'm really bad at it. You will likely never see me doing Advent of Code on stream. It would take like 1,000,000 channel points to make me do such a thing. That's like building stuff. So yeah, everyone joining from the raid, what are y'all up to? I can explain a little bit more about what I'm doing here specifically. Basically, when you build a REST-ish API, I didn't want to use RESTful because that gets a little tricky. But when you're building a REST API, there is a standard way of documenting it, and that is this like open API file right here. It allows you to define the version of the spec you're using, the version of your API, you know, and then it starts getting into like what your security schema might look like, or scheme, what some of your entities might be, like bookings or an array of bookings versus a booking. And it even allows you to then define like your paths within that API in a way that, you know, you can say what query parameters are required. You can say what responses you're expecting. So it's really cool. And you can specify your entire API that way. Now, the interesting thing about how they're doing this is if we go look at some of these, they're using this Swagger doc block or JS doc or whatever you want to call it. And it is specifying a bunch of stuff. And then there's a tool called Next Swagger doc or something like that that takes all this at build time, extracts out that Swagger JS doc tag, gets this data, and jams it all together into an open API file. Now, for some reason, let me go show this error real quick. For some reason, their API doesn't actually include the paths. Oh, we're way past the deadline. Yeah, deadline was like an hour ago. So, whatever. Because it's, you know, 4:30 p.m. Eastern time, which means 1:30 p.m. my time, so I didn't make it. So I'm not worried about the prizes. I still think what I'm doing holds value. Yeah, so results are happening like right now. Yeah, exactly. So I didn't make it. I didn't even submit because it's like a halfway done PR. But I do think there is value. I'm going to try and get it to a good-ish point. But yeah, this is the part we're on right now. So one of the big things I need to fix is that we need specific IDs for every entity type. So the fact that we're using 101 for basically all of the entity types, that means that it's harder for us to replace things inside of our hooks file. Oh, no worries, Sean. Yeah. I imagine that this PR probably won't even be like ready to merge for at least a week. At least. Because I'm not going to be able to put in like every day on it, you know. And so many of these hooks are, you know, like we're going to have to do very specific things to make sure that we're not mangling stuff. Right, to make sure that we're creating new entities that we then go and remove later. Right, stuff like that. Here's one quick question though, Sean. Like, has there been any discussion about changing from numeric IDs to UUIDs or some type of like, you know, stringly looking ID? To prevent enumeration? Because I'm not sure if you know this. By using numeric IDs, I could go create a new user right now. And that new user's ID would tell me how many users are even registered. Right? I could do that with any entity within the application and know exactly how many are actually existing. So that could be a little less than ideal for data security practices. Now, I know the company builds in public, like, more so than most, so it's probably not a big issue, but I do think, like, the user enumeration and, like, just enumeration in general is a bit of an API flaw. Yeah, let's pour another beverage. And how you doing, the bread, Mr. Sir? I'm not sure what that is. What is an Idor? Is that like Hodor's brother? Insecure direct object references. Ah, okay. So, gotcha. And it's basically a vulnerability. Because theoretically, any user could just enumerate any entity and try and fiddle with it, right? And then, if you haven't locked down your permissions properly, they could modify data in a way that you wouldn't want. Is that basically it? Is that the gist of it? Okay. Yep. So it even like it doesn't prevent indirect like the direct object referencing, right? Because you could always just brute force and generate UUIDs too, but it becomes prohibitively expensive to do so. Right? Hardware-wise, developer time-wise, etc. Don't do what one of the last companies did and just hash the decimal IDs. I feel like you could do that. Right? Maybe like a different salt per table. I don't feel like that would be too bad of a deal. What was the issue with that, the bread? Ah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you'd be able to tell if the attack's happening because you'd see so many generated UUIDs like right after each other, right? Whereas if you only have 20,000 records of something and they're all numeric, iterating 20,000 things isn't that much, right? You could probably do that in the order of, you know, tens of minutes. Right? So, like, being notified of something and being able to respond within tens of minutes. That's tough. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. What would you prefer your name be? Is it Lilo, or would you prefer Magna? Saying the whole thing is probably something I will typically avoid. Shorter, better. Lilo's fine? Cool, thank you. I get it, the bread. I mean, when you say you just request #X, like, how does anybody do that? Right? They'd have to know your salt, and they'd have to have access to your exact hashing algorithm. And most of that should not be something that you're actually exposing in any way. Technically, I see how that could be tricky. Right? Because the salts would have to be hard-coded. You wouldn't be changing them on the fly. Ah, I see the bread. Right, with a salt, you'd be fine. Okay. You'd end up having a table that stores your salt values. Maybe the bread, but I think it misses the migration aspect of things. For cal.com, I bet it would be fine, because I don't think they're having to deal with like the level of scale in their database that would make that an issue. But using, like, you know, if you're at a very large company doing microservice type stuff, how do you make sure that a lookup from an ID can be done still? Right, and then eventually you turn it off. Yeah, I don't know. I guess just leaving any of that open opens you up to the same, like, issues anyway. So probably not a great idea. Yeah, I was thinking just assault per table. I would say for cal.com, they could just do one big migration and call it good, right? As long as all tests still pass, etc., then they're good to go. And the Primogen Enjoyer. I'm also the Primogen Enjoyer. Vilaseth, Inner Programmer. Thank you all for the follows. Welcome. Yeah, I feel like encrypting is probably no good. Because you wouldn't want to be able to get the value back out of it in any way. There you go. Sounds about right, Graham. You could just do what Cloudflare does and have a wall of lava lamps. Generate a value from that. Anyone who's unaware of that, it's actually kind of cool. Yeah, let's show it real quick. Cloudflare lava lamps. All right. This is how they generate entropy for their encryption. Now, I'm pretty sure there's other ways they could do it too, but this is cool. Oh, right? Yeah, you could just do an attack to kill, like, the power on this thing here. And then you know exactly that it's going to be the same encryption key because it's all, like, moot at that point. That would be interesting, too. And yeah, they go into, like, why true random is really hard. Right? Most random generated by computer systems are pseudo-random instead. Crank the ISO up to generate more noise. That would work. That could work. Similar to what Graham was saying, if you had enough, like, traffic webcams as, like, a wall of an image, you could also hash that a bit. There you go, Graham. Someone hacks into the studio and just grabs, like, one image and leaves it there. Boom, done. I'll never know. Becomes like a cheesy, like, old school, like, thief movie.
Ooh, this is an interesting bit. So what if someone stands in front of the lava lamps? Well, because the lava lamp wall is in the busy lobby of the Cloudflare headquarters, this happens all the time. People come and go in the lobby, walking by or stopping to talk in front of the lamps. Such obstructions become part of the randomness that the camera captures. So people partially blocking the camera's view of the lava lamps actually helps generate entropy. Ooh, all right. So then two of the other ones. Could you hack the RNG with the right amount of people? Maybe. How quickly do you think you could use the static value? But yeah, their other offices in London and Singapore each have their own way of generating data from real-world inputs. London takes photos of a double pendulum system mounted in the office. A pendulum connected to a pendulum. The movements are mathematically unpredictable. The Singapore office measures the radioactive decay of a pellet of uranium. A small enough amount to be harmless. So, was Cloudflare the first company to use lava lamps for encryption? The answer is no, right? A company called Silicon Graphics designed a system similar called Lava Rand in 1996, although the patent has since expired. Silly graphics for sure. There you go. Yeah, exactly, Geralt. Again, like Graham, the key is how quickly would an outage or issue be detected? I think that's the important bit. Yeah, I would sure hope so. That's true, too. Yeah, there could be some, like, pseudo-random added to it. Yeah, Graham, I would say, like, if they just see the same value twice in a row, someone gets alerted. That'd be an easy enough thing to rig up as an alarm. Maybe not even twice in a row, but X amount of times within a time frame. Yeah, the double pendulum is interesting. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like really interesting. No, I didn't finish in time. We've uncovered enough things that just didn't work as we wanted. So instead, I'm still gonna try and like finish up this PR. You know, I got like an hour or so in me left today. But we can work on this like throughout the week too. And Lilo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. So yeah, right, our biggest issue right now is that these IDs are not unique to the entity that they're trying to identify, which is an issue. we're also not creating enough of these entities ahead of time to do a proper delete. So we're going to want to do that as well. Yeah, have a great night, Lilo. Yep. I'm here pretty much every day. I've been taking Sundays off, but because of the hackathon, I actually streamed again today. But yeah, like 6 days a week, depending on what job I get next. Hoping I can do one that lets me build in public on stream. That'd be really cool. Be a whole lot cooler if they did. But yeah, no worries, Lilo. Thank you. Yeah, cheers. I can cheers you, actually. Man. Alright, so let's go do this. And yeah, we gotta do it just like, let's go through them one by one. I mean, primary aspect of it is stuff I could do on stream. Not necessarily the entire job, but a portion of it, that'd be great. Right? Meetings, obviously not. People value their privacy. Right? But yeah, anything open source or DevRel focused, where I could like write blog posts, record video content. Yeah, anything like that that would allow me to do any of the work on stream. That's exactly what I'm looking for. So yeah, like ideally, anyone doing SDKs for various languages, right? Things like that. Barring that, if I can't do it on stream, as long as they have like an async style work schedule in which I'm like available for meetings for specific times, and then I can get my work done at night, that would be great too. Things like that. So yeah, first priority, open source or publicly buildable. Second priority, if that priority fails, is async work schedule. And all of it needs to be remote. I'm not going into some office. If they want to get me into the office, we're talking like doubling my last salary type shit. Now, granted, there have actually been a couple where it would be a doubling of my last salary, so I could apply to those here if I don't get any takers in other regards. If they want me in a suit, I mean, any job that would require I wear a suit is a job that would require I go into the office. So again, we're talking about like doubling my last salary. Maybe 3x. Ooh, there you go. Hell yeah, Bob. And that's a low month for me because, yeah, I ended up going to React Summit for like 5 or 6 days. So yeah, I would have been somewhere around like 28 days out of the 30 we have. 31, 30, I guess. I think I stream a bit. And trousers? Oh man, that's crazy. Now, if they're okay with a clip-on tie, I don't mind that. Damn it, Geralt. You know I got the tuxedo hoodie. Yeah, y'all know I got a tuxedo hoodie, right? Venka? Oh, yeah. That's back when I had the mustache, too. So, yeah. Anyway. I'm a Dapper Dan man. But alright, so let's actually keep looking at what we got here. Here for attendee. I did like that talk. Yeah, my talk last year I'm less a fan of. Felt a little cobbled together. The one before that, though, like, yeah, the one about, like, tree sitter and all that stuff. Ooh, yeah, that one was good. Yeah, I'm really proud of that one. You're gonna get some apple juice? Yeah, this is whiskey lemonade, but close enough. It's basically juice. Alright, so, yeah, we need a file for this. Alright, so we'll do that, group those together. We don't need it to be in a function. I'm going to create just a lookup table here. This is going to be const placeholders. Right, and then when we look at it, it is attendee ID. Yeah, we'll do 101. So that one will stay 101. That one will stay 101. That one will stay 101. When we go here, we don't need to see that at all. When we do a post here, we're also good to go. So bam, attendee, done. Availability. right, we're going to make this one 201. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Oh, and this one is missing. Alright, so, yep, that was missing anyway, which I find strange, because I thought we would have had that. Alright, post there, totally fine. Availability.get. That's going to be user ID. I don't know what user ID needs to be yet. I'm going to say 42 for that one, and then we can always replace it later. So hold on. Let's look at these. So custom input here, what type of ID is that? That's an event type custom input. So we're gonna go list out all of these that have things. Yeah. So a booking reference. That is a separate thing. Okay. So booking and booking reference need to be created. Custom input ID is going to be 501. And yeah, we're just going to keep going through these. What's up, Chemical? Job offer? I mean, it's the weekend. So no, I didn't hear anything over the weekend. I do have some interviews next week. Or this coming week. So I'm looking forward to those. It's with two companies that I'd really like to work for. There's like a third discussion we can have as well. And then, yeah, there's like more companies I gotta keep applying to. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. It means that we're gonna end up doing some leak code here. Maybe tomorrow, even. I'm really not looking forward to it. At all. Whatever. It's gotta happen. Alright, so destination calendar ID 601. There's always more entities than you think about. Alright, so then membership ID. I'm fine with it. Yeah. Alright, so 1002 for schedule. External ID. Yeah, so destination calendar will leave. Oh, yeah. As far as photos, ooh, you might just want to comb my Twitter. Yeah, if we keep going back, I do a lot of reaction images, don't I? Yeah, I've posted most of them from the archive. Damn, I do a lot of posts. You never realize how much you post. Here you go, here's something. So that was a fall. This is just a reply on like a better shot. Here you go, this one's better. It's just a front, 5. Boom. Here's another bonk. See if we got any photos in here. I don't mind a good distraction. Let's go look. Okay. Man, I post so many reaction GIFs. Fuck. They're back there, man. We'll find them. Man, I cooked some good food, too. Oh, here's a fun snowboarding one. This is like a group of friends. I had a fun box in our yard. I can zoom ahead to my bit. You can tell it'll be me because of the hipster sweater. There it is, hipster sweater. I don't even know what happened to that sweater. I really liked that sweater. It's gone forever. Ooh, this was my sponsor me video. Yeah, we'll do this one big. You're getting a little bit cut off, but it's probably fine. So yeah, this is my 2006 sponsor me video. The video quality is awful. That's Twitter actually, like, messing it up. It's a little cleaner wherever I have it saved, but I don't feel like finding that. I was a truck driver, if you couldn't tell. But yeah, this video ended up, you know, like during this year, I ended up getting free gear. No, it's not even that. Like, it's much nicer if I use the original quality. It's just Twitter's upload here really messed it up. But yeah, I ended up getting free gear out of it. Never got a paycheck. But yeah, the photos, I think I got some really good photos. I'm just surprised it's taking so long to, like, find them. That's the annoying part. Oh, here's some photos I took. Like, I was the guy doing the camera stuff. Another photo I took. Man, I post a little too much, don't I? Ooh, that's another photo I took. Here's from the same session. Ooh, that's a, yep. So yeah, photo I took still. This is the behind the lens #1, so yeah, the next ones we see are gonna be me. But yeah, this was in Utah, Brighton Canyon. And hey, here we go. There you go. Oh, this one was good during the summer. Yeah. Flash on a sunny day. Yeah, he had to. There's another one. Good little blunt stall there. Oh, this is right there at Stevens Pass. Yeah, right. I used to work at Stevens Pass, and every day I'd walk into this employee entrance from the bus. I'd look at this ledge and be like, oh, one of these days. And I finally got to do it when like some of the Burton team was in town. This one's fun. Yeah, this was posted to New Schoolers, which is a skier website. My press was just that good. Like, the skiers were stoked on it. And I had been going through and doing this, like, half cab 5.0 through this whole thing, like, all day long. So, yeah. I'm pretty pumped on that one. Ooh, here you go. This one's fun. Oh, this was my camera? Oh, yeah, that one's good. Yeah, I had it set up on a tripod and just had my girlfriend at the time just hold down the shutter, or the button for the, you know, sequential. Definitely didn't have a fast enough lens to make it look any better, so it was a little blurry. Damn. All right, here we go. Ooh, the Meadows rail. Yeah, that's an iconic rail. Slashes. Night shot. Some 1 foots. 1 feets. Oh, this is one of my favorite photos. It's just like the scenery you get. The nose bone, solid. That's a good nose bone. Yeah. This one's fun. Keep in mind, all these are old. This is 2007. Like, yeah. I'm old. I'm super old. Do you consider yourself a snowboarder? Do you know Ted Borland? Right? From Bundy Vision? That's him right there. Not the gray hoodie, but behind him. I know, I should do that at some point. I've got them all still, you know, so I can repost it. Was that the first one, actually? That might have been the first one. All right, here we go. Yeah, this was the first one. Yeah, I think stories would be a good idea. But, yep, there you go. You asked, I provided. Now I gotta go pee real quick. So give me just a second. I'm gonna use the restroom. And yeah, we gotta just keep going through and setting these IDs. So as we find these, right, external ID is the selected calendar part. I don't know what a slot is. They're not documenting it, so we don't have to. Teams, we're going to need team ID documented. Yeah, let me finish this part real quick. Right, so teams, we got user ID in there. Webhooks, I think those are also an ID. So yeah, webhook ID is our last one. At least until I discover we need another one hard coded. So, let me go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. And, yeah, we're going to have to go replace these values over in the actual doc blocks. It'll be a little bit of effort and rigmarole, but it's worth it, and then it allows us to actually test these things better. So, BRB. Alrighty then. So Martis, free gear is a sponsorship, right? Right. So there's basically amateur riders and then professional riders, and I was always an amateur rider. So I never got a paycheck from any companies. I did get dozens of cases of free energy drinks, many, many, many bars of wax, you know, head to toe like gear, so goggles, boots, board, bindings, outerwear. Outerwear was one of the hardest ones to get free, actually. It doesn't actually make much sense, but a board sponsorship is one of the easiest ones to get. Energy drink sponsorship, like free gear wise, is one of the easiest ones to get to. How does someone even make money snowboarding? The half pipe racing. There are competitions. Typically, you make your money from a company sponsoring you cash-wise. And then, you know, there's prize money for competitions if you're good at that. Or you might get incentives to film with certain companies to make it into, like, videos, things like that. There's basically two types of riders that make it pro. They are the ones that get featured in snowboard videos and in magazines subsequently, or they're the ones that ride on TV in the big competitions. You're either one of those two people. It's easier to be the one that gets into videos and, you know, and magazines. It's harder to be the person that's winning competitions and makes money from it. Typically, most snowboard bums who are not the tip-top level pro snowboarders, they end up just working at ski resorts. And that's what I did. I worked at Stevens Pass during the winter and Mount Hood during the summers, making like 12 grand a year. Like really not a lot of money. But, you know, you get a free pass, usually get some like nicely discounted employee housing type stuff. And you learn to live frugally. The ideal is you end up working in a restaurant or something so you can eat free on the clock. I can't tell you how much bacon I had for free when I was working as like a dishwasher. Yeah, it is nice, Geralt. Right? Housing up there is insane, for sure. But it also becomes a little bit of like a company town type problem. Like if you get fired, yeah, you lose your housing too. And that gets tough. Like that gets real gnarly. Yep. So yeah, did that make sense, Martis? I want to make sure I answered your question. All right, so let's go through and do these from the top. So we did attendees and availabilities and availability. Event type ID is 701. Booking references 401. That gets the list. This does a post. Bookings are going to be 301. Alright, so custom input ID 501. Alright, destination calendars there is 601. Oh, gotcha, Martis. Yeah, if you're talking about the racing stuff, I don't watch any of that. Like, border cross and slalom are ugh. Like, no. I'm good. No thanks. That shit ain't fun. All right, back to event type ID. Yeah, no, it is sometimes fun to watch, so I get that. That makes sense. All right, so this is 701. It's probably 801 for membership ID. Oh, hold up. Oh, this is just user ID. So membership ID might not even exist. And what up? How you doing, Steve? So team ID is 1202, user ID is 42. Do I still snowboard? Yeah, I only ride on like the good days though. So if it's powder or slushy, I'm not going up there if it's bulletproof. So payment ID is 901. Schedule ID is probably 1002. Yep. What do we want for external ID? That one is 1102. Nothing for that yet. Oh, what did we have for team ID again? 1202. Yeah, 1202. All right, and then webhook ID is 1302. All right. What's up, Electrode? How you doing? I'm not sure about pure C libraries. Yeah, sorry. Only pure C I've ever written was like a libssh2 wrapper. So, yep, sorry, I don't know much about the ecosystem. All right, so first and foremost, we need to, it's yarn something or other. We need to regenerate our OpenAPI. think I do want to do a DB reset again. All right, database reseed. Looks like we did our migrations. Now the seeds run. All right. So now that we have reseeded that, we should be able to do our dread test here. I'm going to hope that we see more than 55 passing this time. We are going to see failures still, for sure. We're back to 68, which is good. So I think we're close. I think I have a little bit more I want to do. This part right here. We're gonna have to redo this. More tests are gonna fail because some things got deleted. So we're gonna have to double check that. So here is the entire thing. Yes, so if expected status code is for a 1, we want to give it a completely borked one of these. One, is that embedded? Nope, that's at the top level. So dot expected dot status code? Yes, status code. All right. So now this is going to run again. I doubt we get 57 still passing because we deleted some stuff already, I think. We shouldn't have deleted too much, though. Oof, even more failing. Let's reset this again. And yeah, I'm getting hungry. I woke up way earlier than I normally do today. We're already getting some good practice or good progress here on what we're doing. Ooh, meat lovers pizza. Nice. Yeah, I think tonight I'm going to do the butter shrimp dish that I cook. Which means I don't have to, like, pre-thaw anything, which is a big win. Ooh, I hope I have enough angel hair. I can do it with spaghetti, but angel hair is better for the butter shrimp dish. What's up, Ryan Coates? How you doing? And I should probably do like a blog post and a video about what we've done for this PR, etc. Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna have to do that. How am I doing? I'm doing great. I mean, you've been following for like a month. I know, I cheated. I went and looked at the number. You did say you were done with coding, though. Did you flip-flop on that one? All right, so we get 64 of these passing. Oh, I haven't been yet this year. They did just open. I think Stevens Pass opened like this weekend or something. I mean, I'm excited if enough powder falls. Let's look at it real quick. Opening day delayed due to weather. Yeah, obviously. Oh, damn it. They did a rope tow session on Saturday, though? That would have been fun, actually. Oh, that would have been so fun. Damn. All right, it's a bit wet up there. You can tell how clumpy this is. So they're getting rain. At least a little bit of it. Oh, they got some fresh powder, though. Yeah. What's a rope tow rail session? Well, they don't have a great live cam for this. Yeah, that's a bummer. Basically, it's just rails, like, you know, park style rails on the rope tow, which is like in the base area. They don't have enough snow to fully open the mountain yet. It does look like they did their best to like unbury the chairlift so that they can get started probably for next weekend. But yeah, the rope tow is just like a very small portion of the mountain that they can throw some stuff on and hopefully get people up there to, like, you know, pay money. And a rope tow session would have been really fun, actually. On your mobile dev path, wondering thoughts on Flutter? My thoughts don't matter, Make It. Keep that in mind. At the end of the day, it's a framework that you can use to build out applications. It does stuff. One place I really don't like it is when you try and do Flutter for web. Right? If you're trying to take your Flutter app and render it out to HTML, JavaScript, CSS for a website, that does not work. It is really bad, poorly accessible, just not great. Maybe they've improved it since then, but meh, I don't think so. Yep, no worries, Ryan. As far as a mobile application framework, it's fine. Totally. No, native is not where it's at. At this point, I would recommend React Native. Understanding native so you can dig down into it is worth it. Yeah, keep in mind, there's a big difference between React Native and native. Native is iOS or Android specifically, building for one platform and then building for the other platform separately. That is native. React Native is cross-platform. I would still say React Native or Flutter, both are fine. Even React Native's web stuff isn't great. Instead, learn both and figure out for yourself. You're a big boy. Learning one will make you better with the other. Learning both will make you better with both. Neither is React Native. Guild something? There you go. This isn't it. I think it's guild.host. Yeah, this is it. Okay, that was weird. I'm a huge fan of the dude that made this. Right? Taz Singh. Very awesome dude. Really fun to chat with. Right? At every conference I go to, if he's there, it makes the conference better. I really like the dude. He is very honest, forthright, which is why I think he would value an honest and forthright opinion as well. And that is, let's try tabbing through this thing. Right? So we go up here, we try and tab through the page. Notice how I'm hitting tab once, then a second time, then tab again, and then a second time? Which one of those do you think would actually click the button? I don't remember. But let's try it. First one. Boom, here on guilds. If I hit space, nope, that ain't it. What about enter? Nothing. If I hit tab one more time, I'm on the actual link, and I hit enter, and it takes me somewhere. It's because it's React Native, built for the web, but the way that React Native by default attaches, you know, buttons and their handlers and accessibility and all that stuff, by default, it does not solve that problem for you. It's React Native rendering for the web. I did talk with Taz Singh, and he mentioned that switching to Tama GUI is probably going to end up fixing that. So a better component library can fix that, but React Native by default does not. So what do we end up seeing? Well, we end up seeing a div with a tab index of 0, and then within that is the second thing we get to that is an A tag. So it's not just divs, Brand. It is a proper ahref, but the wrapping div is the problem. And that is a React Native default issue. You can fix it. React XP was a Microsoft library written ages ago that actually solved that problem because it jumps into the React Native web serialization step. So it's a library concern. But if you're just using raw React Native and not aware of how badly it can break for the web, you might be making some bad user experiences for accessibility. So it's something to think about, something to be aware of. I've already talked to him, and he's pretty sure this problem will be fixed when they do their upgrade to Tama GUI, which is awesome, right? So a good component library can fix these issues. And yeah, what's up, Ian? Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you hanging. I was just in the middle of a rant. You know how I like to rant. And yeah, I might take you up on a resume review at some point. I know what I'm doing wrong. I just feel like, would I fail the automated, like, I forget, like the ATM or like something, right? Like the automatic like resume parsing BS that companies do. ATS, that's it. Yes, I believe my resume is not great for ATS systems. Personally, I haven't had great experiences with companies that use those anyway. So it might even be a pretty good filter on my part. Exactly, Graham. Right? Accessibility is hard to do right, especially the more abstractions we get. It just takes effort to make sure we fix it when it's pointed out. That's all. But yeah, that's all I was getting at. So again, make. React Native doesn't solve this problem for you automatically either. Modern Flutter might actually have an even better way of rendering than what I'm used to. So no matter what, make, you have to learn both. You have to compare and contrast the two, etc. SSR? I don't believe so, but I'm not positive. If you figure that out, you know more about it than I do. I am interested in it, but I haven't put in any research towards that. So I would say that's, you know, you're going to end up having to do a lot of research. And that's the biggest skill you need to learn. Not just some framework, not just some technology, but your ability to look up and find the information you're looking for. ChatGPT won't always be there to solve that for you. You're still going to have to figure that stuff out. Right? Your ability to find the information you need on the internet is your #1 skill. No, I get you, mate. Hey, dinner time? Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out dinner pretty soon, too. I'm less into doing that, Floco. Think about guild.host as like a better meetup.com. Like a way better meetup.com. How about this, Floco? If you want to post it over to... We have a Discord channel that you can post it in. Other people can give you critiques as well. And then I'm not doing it on the fly, so you don't know if it's my IP or not. Like my IP address. That is something I have to be conscious of. No offense, Floco. Right? Especially not following. You've had some messages here, but, you know, I gotta be safe. So, crawling someone else's random project is a real easy way for me to leak my IP address. And then, you know, shenanigans follow. Now, resetting IP address is not that hard, but I don't want to have to do it midstream. Have you tried NordVPN? Like, there you go. Boom, nailed it. It does depend on the ISP. The ISP I have, I believe I just need to restart my modem. Oh, that'd be so good, Geralt. Oh, man. I need to get one of those sponsorships just for the memes. I'm surprised Primogen hasn't done it yet. Tyler wants Old Spice sponsorship? No. Is he like... Hold on, I can just picture it. I could see him doing the stick on his head. Right? I could absolutely picture him doing that. Yeah, I'll have to check that out later. I don't know if we want to watch it here. Okay, he's got like a spray. He's actually super cool. Like, I don't know him personally, but when I went to TwitchCon, not this past one, but the one before. No, we're not gonna watch it here. Sorry, Robert. You can watch it on your own. But when I went to TwitchCon, not last year, but the year before last, right? Hold on. No. Last time it happened, I guess that was a few years ago, like 2018 or whatever. 2019? No, it wasn't this year. It was last year's. Yeah, last year's. So, yeah, Tyler 1 was actually, like, legitimately waiting in line for, like, the Wendy's, like, jousting booth. Right? Like, I think we all know he's famous enough. He could have just jumped to the front of the line. Like, no, he was a dude about it. He waited in line. That's cool. It was really cool of him. I don't know why, like, things like that, like, you know, people are actually, like, humanized by. I really respect that. Right? For someone as famous as Tyler 1 at TwitchCon. Like, holy shit. But yeah, think of guild.host as a better meetup.com. Really cool. Made by Taz Singh and his company. Just awesome. Like, really cool idea. I'd like to convince Seattle JS or some meetup in the area to use it. Yeah, I've showed guild.host before. Yep. Alright, so let's consider what we're doing here. I actually need to replace some other IDs. I'm going to replace all this and its placeholder IDs. Boom. Nailed it. Const existing IDs. Oh, and real quick, let me shout out some follows. J. Lukes, Theron, we called out Lilo, and Mackenzie? I'm gonna say, yeah, what up, Mackenzie? How you doing? Thank you for the follow. Did I get that right? Did I read your name just perfectly? Alright, so existing IDs and const deletable IDs. To do Get existing IDs from API to do create IDs that can be deleted. Let's say temporary IDs. All right, and I'm getting a bit hungry too. So we're probably gonna go raid someone. Let me add a bunch of this stuff. So get add pages, API. Yep, I'll take that. $2:13 a.m. for you? Yeah, no worries, Elfo. Yeah, thank you for hanging out, for sure. Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. One of these days, I'm going to have to do some leak code. Tomorrow, I want to finish wrapping up our Python stuff. And then maybe, like, after the Python stuff, we move back onto this. Technically, Elfo, real quick before you go, I am basically making a static file-based feature flag tool, right? That is called Vexilla. For that static file-based feature flag tool, because the flags live in a static file, the client SDKs have to do all of the heavy lifting, which means I need to have client SDKs for various languages, and I can't generate them from an OpenAPI spec because I don't have an OpenAPI spec, because it's a static file. So the magic ends up being that the client SDKs, written in various languages, do all of the logic of determining if someone is part of a gradual release, determining if someone is part of a list that you're setting, etc. And it's all coming from the single source of truth that is the JSON file living wherever you want to put it. As long as you're having it separate from your deploy process, bam, bam, boom, you have runtime flags that are extremely useful. So yes, we currently have, I think I did the math, 7 SDKs made. Python is one of them, so we got to finish the Python part. Our end result is going to eventually be somewhere around 12 or 13 first-party SDKs. Right, for all sorts of languages. And yeah, we're currently on number 7, which is Python. We've done PHP, C#, Go, Rust, JavaScript, TypeScript, Elixir. Those are the done ones. They all have a bug with how they do their time zone, like, scheduling stuff. So scheduling is somewhat borked at the moment. There is one logic change we'll have to do that will solve it for all of them, basically. We just got to figure out what that logic change is. And I think I had an epiphany the other day. I'm adding time to my timestamp, but I might want to be subtracting time from my timestamp to handle, right, like the rollover from UTC. So yeah, that is the main gist. So we need to finish the Python SDK. Once that's done, we can focus more on getting this PR up to snuff. It's going to involve like documentation changes and stuff, right? That'll be some effort. And then, yeah, we can think about moving on to another SDK, or we can think about doing some documentation and marketing site stuff for Vexilla, or I know there's another thing. Or we can fix the, the UTC time zone rollover. So we got plenty of stuff we need to do. Always something to do. And yeah, once I get Vexilla to a good place, we need to figure out how to like do our release process of the SDKs to make sure we're pushing up to the various ecosystems, such as Maven for Java stuff, such as NPM for JavaScript. So yeah, we got a lot of work to do still. I'm thinking we'll probably be ready for like a proper beta in like a month. We did the original 0.x version of things with... Hold on, let's go look at the list. This is the old code. Vexilla.dev is the new code. We'd have to like deprecate this as well. When we look at client libraries, I had 10 of them I had written by hand previously as well. This was done like 2.5 years ago. I don't have any estimate for how long that took. We have been working on Vexilla with some side projects in the middle just to like keep sanity since about, I want to say June. And that involved making the entire new document site, the entire new like mono repo that we got going, rebuilding SDKs. Yeah, Cornflake. Yeah, the 0.x. For sure. We've worked on so many other things in the meantime since then. We kind of picked it back up in about June. Right? So the 1.x new release, the thing that we've been working on since about June, on the average of, I want to say, 20 to 30 hours a week. We spend a lot of time ranting, right? And other side projects and stuff too. So yeah, the main gist is if a company were to try and build out Vexilla, such as, if LaunchDarkly wanted to solve the niche that I think we can solve, they'd be spending like 3 mil over the course of like 2 years to build this. Conservative estimate, 2 mil. But that includes project managers, designers, product owners, different engineers to write out these SDKs. Yeah. Easily 2 mil. Dollars. US dollars. I am guessing, right? I'm like, I don't know. We're kind of bullshitting the 2 mil. But when you consider how many meetings would be involved, how many design meetings the designer would have to have with actual, like, people to figure out the UI, like, all these things, you're looking at, like, 2 mil as far as salaries and time. I think so, at least, right? If we wanted to really enumerate this, we probably could. Yeah, like, big companies like LaunchDarkly, etc., do not move quickly. And yeah, how's it going there, Kama? Yeah, thank you, Alpha, for sure. Hey, what's up, Darren? Mr. Sir, we haven't seen you in a while. I assume holiday things, so you're forgiven. Owen, yes, you should absolutely use Vexilla. Right? The main reason, so you can decouple configuration changes from your server. Be nice. I could consider getting bought out by LaunchDarkly. Be nice. We don't want to burn the bridge. I'd happily get bought out by Launch Darkly for a couple mil. Kema, are you trolling? You seem like a bot at this point, and I don't like it. You had a pretty bad issue in prod because of it? Oh, shit. Don't say too much if you can't, but I'd be really curious about what that issue was. Oh, that sounds gnarly. And yeah, busy holidays. How was my Thanksgiving? I made fried chicken. It was delicious. And keep in mind, Darren, I haven't fully ruled out what you mentioned previously. I know I've thought about it since the last time I saw you. I was extremely, like, dismissive. I didn't mean it in that way. I just mean, like, you know. I appreciate the thought. And I'd actually consider it somewhat soon. Alright, yeah. Kama, you are spamming us with some really, really poorly done chat GPT or something. I don't like it. Owen, we could do a session to show you how to set it up. Do you think you're ready for it yet? Do you even need feature flags yet? Okay, yeah, perfect, Aaron. Yeah, no worries. I mean, ideally, I'd like to do engineering work, too. But stuff I could do on stream would be even better. Yeah, I'm not sure you need it yet, Owen. But if you are desperate, we could show you how to set it up. At some point. You know, we'll see. Perfect. Yeah, honestly, like, Darren, I'd be really interested in being able to do that. Especially, like, do you guys have SDKs or integration tooling that you want to build out? Like, I'd be especially stoked on that, too. So, yeah, I don't know. We can chat whenever you guys think you're ready. Just let me know. I just realized, like, last time we chatted, I think I was, like, more dismissive than I should have been. Maybe it didn't come off that way, and that's great. Because I wasn't meaning it that way, but the more I, like, thought about it, it might have felt dismissive. Alright, good. Just making sure, man. I spend a lot of time up here. The curse of a good memory. All you people out there with shitty memories, that is such a blessing. Oh, you don't even realize. You get to treat every day like it's brand new. Oh, it's amazing. I'm not sure who out there has a shitty memory. You would self-identify on that one. But just saying, if you think you have a bad memory, it's a blessing. Mr. Yar can't remember. Boom, nailed it. Ooh, hell yeah, Darren. Are you guys valid? Like, shit, dude. I'm doing basically the same thing for Cal.com right now. They've got some basically broken open API documentation. That's exactly what we have on screen right now, actually. But have you actually validated your OpenAPI spec in the right way? I don't mean just validating the spec. I mean validating it against your API. Making sure that your doc is actually truthful. Very few people actually do that. If you're doing something like they're doing here, where you're defining it in a doc block, you don't actually know that this is accurate. At all. In fact, I could add just some random prop. And it would work until I actually go validate it. Test for that and such via Swagger? I'm curious, like, what you mean by via Swagger. Yeah, what library is the thing to do that with now? Yeah, this is just a TypeScript docstring. It's meh. I really don't like docstrings. I hate them, actually. If this were a properly defined, like, decorator, like you've seen me do in some of my other projects. Wait, what do you mean, Darren? No, so this is YAML inside of a docstring, though. No matter what, like, it's still... You need to end up validating the schema in some way. And you don't know that till you build it. You don't know that till you try it. So yeah, I'd actually prefer, if you're doing TypeScript... Oh, yeah, it's a thing. They're using next-swagger-doc. It's a library for, like, aggregating all this together. They've got some bugs with it, so I'm, like, running something kind of, like, ahead of time to generate proper, like, JSON and YAML files instead. But even then, right? We exposed the fact that this wasn't a valid OpenAPI schema until we added some example values to let it be crawlable, right? So a bunch of stuff like that. Ooh, and actually this looks like a bug. Yeah, we got more work to do. But yeah, the basic gist is, in my APIs, I have a decorator that I attach to a route method technically, and that decorator actually gives me full type safety right there in my editor. So I can tell if I added a prop that shouldn't be there. I can tell if I added the wrong type for that prop. Things like that. So I have like a validated OpenAPI schema using decorators instead of doc blocks. Hugely valuable. I'll make some YouTube video of that. Yeah, I just hate doc blocks. Right? It requires so much extra, like, editor tooling to actually validate. No shit. I might have not realized that some of these... Ah, yep. That was it. Hold on. So what is team ID before I go too far? 1202? So yeah, some of that junk. So, yep. Let's do a get status. Let's commit what we got. Yeah, I forgot that they do, like, multiple endpoints inside of some of those handlers. So we might have to go validate some of those again still. But I want to commit what we got in here. Is this thing still running? It is. All right, so git commit -m feat modify seed to give values to dread hooks add script for generating open API, JSON, and YAML, and serve them from public for API. That's the general gist of it. I just want to make sure I push this up. And then before we're like done, damn, yeah, I told a Toad I'd be ready. Yeah, they got a big old crew for some gaming. Yeah, I should wrap up. Yeah, Camo, no. Camo, goodbye. Yeah, you're spamming us, man. Yeah, definitely a bot. Yeah, not coherent whatsoever. Not even a good bot. That was like just a really bad Markov chain. No worries, Mr. Yar. Yeah, I think I'm wrapping up here soon, too. Thank you for the follow. We'll see you again soon, right? Let me go just update my PR over here real quick. Oh, shit. Okay, so now I realize why Ryan had so many force pushes, because he's doing the rebase instead of the merge, right? That's got to be it. I haven't done like the rebase as the default for a long time. It's fine, X3R. We just get it so often that it's normally worth it to actually pretend it's spam. No, you're good, right? Like, but as that tabs command says, we don't even do the tabs command every time, and it's still been 464 times. Like, whoa. So yeah, sorry. Thank you for getting it. Is your team just blowing it right now, Chaotic? Or did, like, a Chan just kill it for me? Because he was already at, like, 12 points. Did he bump up to, like, 20 already? Oh, my God, he did. And Pua Nakua. Oh, man. Yeah. Now, Swift getting 4. Yeah, that sounds about right. He's been blowing it all year. But holy shit. Yeah, my 1 running back and 2 receivers have already killed it, dude. Yeah, and I still have Mahomes to go. So yeah, unless he gets like negative points, I think I'm good. Who knows? He might feed Kelsey the whole night though. Right? You could have like a 40-point Kelsey. Yeah, a lot of teams are on bye weeks right now. That E Moore would have been actually good out there. No one expects a Cleveland receiver to do well, though, so I get you. I know why I definitely know why you didn't put him in. I'm stoked on the Young Ho Koo pickup. He's actually my favorite kicker. I'll probably hold on to Tucker just to be a jerk about it, but yeah. Yeah, Young Ho Koo fucking kills it. I think it's, I don't know if it's Young Ho, I think it's like Young Wei or something like that. No, I'm glad you joined. I'm super happy you joined, Chaotic. Yeah. Right? It's like a laid-back league, right? To stress about it would be super lame. Like, ugh. And you're in 5th place. Right? You'll probably end up bumping down a bit from this loss. But dude, yeah, you're in 5th place. Like, that's solid. You're 50-50 so far. Until tonight. Yeah, they all put money on the line. Yeah, so here's the thing. You didn't have to put any money on the line, but the winner will get like $100 from me. I will donate $100 to the winner this year. Yep. I'm a little bummed it's not going to be me, but whatever. Maybe my team, if I make it to the playoffs, maybe my team will kill it in the playoffs. Who's actually winning right now? Who's, like, the leader of the league? Yeah, I'll be the Cinderella team for the playoffs. I mean, Mahomes that's when he kills it, right? So we're good. Once upon a time, that jerk. Brooks Zerker, close second. Not that close of a second, actually. Damn, Danielle's in 4th place. I don't think he realized. Yeah, I think I might make the playoffs. That could be cool. I'm gonna need to win like the next 2 games. So that'll be tougher. But yeah, not bad. So all right, here's a big thing. Ooh, I really like socket security here. Killing it. Killing it. Oh man, that is awesome actually. Wait, when did I... Okay, this updated to 13.02. Sure. But yeah, I think we're at a good point. I need to cook some dinner. I want to play some video games. I want to maybe do some video editing. And we've had an amazing day today. Thank you again to Lana for the raid. That was huge. And she kills it. Like, man. I like the fact that we both have a very similar mentality to how we approach what we do here on stream. You see the entire process. I don't do a single thing for my project off stream. Not a single part of any of these projects. I think there's value in seeing, you know, how the sausage is made from start to finish, rather than here's a step, draw the rest of the owl, here's another step, right? So yeah, I believe Lana does a very similar approach to her game, like the games she makes, her stream in general. And yeah, I highly respect it. She kills it. So yeah, that said, we should probably go raid somebody. Algo's still going. He's not watching some show, right? Yeah, let's go raid him. Hopefully he's not done. Yeah, I'll be over on gaming stream here in just a little bit. And yeah, Algo Bro, he's on like follower only mode, I think. It does really help keep the trolls down. It does also boost up his like follow numbers, which is chill. Follow numbers are somewhat meaningless. I got like 20K plus. You wouldn't expect that from like my average viewership, right? But yeah, if you want to hang out over in gaming, I'll be over there. I'm going to cook some food pretty much like right when we head over. I'm going to do some butter shrimp. It's not like butter chicken. It's a different thing, but it is like a heavily like butter noodle kind of dish, which will be pretty good. So yeah, let's go talk with Algo Bro. Damn, that kitchen looks good. Dude, that is a solid kitchen. Is that a gas range? Ooh, jealous. But let's go say hi. Oh, hold on. Wait, he's not raiding right now, right? Okay, no. Yeah, we're good. So let's go say hi to Alga Bro. Thank you all for hanging out. I'll be back here tomorrow. I think starting earlier in the day is a move I should do. I'll try to do so. But yeah, see some of y'all on gaming. See the rest of y'all tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your week.